Hi everyone. Today I have something exciting. I have a bunch of Halloween granny squares, and I'll be joining them today. I'll explain a little bit. I have a tradition of making one Halloween blanket every year. The first year I learned to crochet properly. I started a few blankets. I ended up frogging one, and another one of them has just never been worked on, and I'll see if I can find the first one I ever completed. It's a full granny square blanket with Halloween colors. Let's see. It should be on my phone still. There we go. This is the first one I made. First blanket I successfully put together, and this was put together using the join as you go method where you use the last color of the round to go around one square and then around the next and around the next, and then you loop back, and so you work like that and everything gets joined eventually. um, I have to admit, not too fond of that method, so that's not what I'm gonna be doing today. I'm leaning more towards the zigzag slip stitch actually, which looks like, okay, let's see if I can find the a zigzag slip stitch. Right now it doesn't look like I have any on my phone, but basically it goes to one side and then the other and it joins it like that. Hi leather, welcome. How are you doing today? I'm in a good mood today. I'm excited because I'm working on a project I've been wanting to put together for a while. But now, as I was saying, I have a tradition of making one every year. And every year so far, I have some things put together for them. I'm two blankets late. This one here, I have almost all of the squares. I will probably decide to make it bigger, not gonna lie. But right now, it has maybe like something like 60 squares, something like that. But I will probably decide I want it to be bigger just because it's very intense. It's got a few specialty squares this year. This is just embroidered on, so in the back it looks like this. Not that it bothers me personally, but I just really like the uneven, scary look of this little spider web here. And so I have a few specialty squares like these, which are gonna be used throughout the blanket. You're alive and kicking. That's great. Um, but yeah, like I said, I'm two blankets. Like this would be for my second year of crocheting, my second Halloween, and I have a few squares that I've shown on live before. That would be for the third one. So yeah. Um, so for joining, I was thinking yellow since it would contrast with every color, and I've not really used yellow in any of them. So I was thinking for joining, that would be good. So let me know what you think, if you think that would work. It's a sparkly yellow. This is a little bit outdated. This is discontinued. This is Halloween. This is Hirschner's Halloween Shimmer, their previous line of Halloween yarn. It was from maybe 2 years ago or something, 2 or 3 years ago. Hi, welcome in, Frosty. How are you? Thank you. I hope you have an amazing day too. I have my little hook here. I'm using a 5.5 because I made these with a 5 millimeter hook, and so I want to use a bigger one for the slip stitches because I tend to go a little tight. Might switch to 6 millimeter later if it's getting too tight. Basically, right now I kind of have to decide the width of the blanket or the length, depending how I'm gonna be joining these. But yeah, basically what you do is, for those who don't know, you put two of these together, and then you put the next ones, the next ones, the next ones, and then once you're finished with that, you do the other direction, and then yeah, you have to kind of untwist them and work with them. It's a little bit annoying sometimes. So I don't know the exact number, so it's gonna be a little bit of a gamble. So no, I don't have all the squares yet. I just want to start putting them together so I have something. So I don't have a precise number. I'm sorry, but everything I have is what you see on the thumbnail. So these are all the squares I have right now. All right, so um, what do I start with? I don't want to start with a specialty square because I want to kind of spread them throughout. Um, See, I have this here. This has a lot of green. This is nice. And okay, I'm thinking maybe this. Uh, I'm thinking maybe this one first. This is a reasonable matchup. I'm trying not to get any colors touching each other. Like this would be black against gray, and I'm only counting the last round. So if two squares have more than one color that match, that won't be so big of a deal. But I kind of wanna. I'm a little bit intense with that. I don't like when colors touch each other unless they're supposed to. So which one? They want to put your micro in the Crochet Foundry magazine. Oh, that's cool. Congrats. Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy for you. Right now, just trying to get the loop looped. So I've not done this stitch in a little while, so this will be a little bit of a struggle right now. So I apologize. Bear with me as I kind of figure this out. But yeah, see, the first stitches will be hard to get into because these are corner stitches. Okay, no, I'm in the wrong one, obviously. Okay. So yeah, you just have to get through one stitch on the first side here and struggle as you do so. Sometimes I have to open them up with the yarn needle because my chains are really tight and the rest of my crochet is too loose. So because of that, I struggle with my work. Bear with me for a moment. I'm just trying to get into the right space. It's not cooperating right now. Okay. Okay, and obviously this is the moment he chooses to make the most noise because he knows I'm live. I mean, I'm sorry about that, people. Okay, and then you go like over there, and you go into the corresponding stitch, and you fiddle to try and get into it. As long as you're going over and not under, just because you want the thread showing through, you want it to go like to one side and then to the other. I'll show you in a second when I have a few stitches made here. But you just want it to go to one side and then the other one. So you don't want to twist it as you do this. So I'll just make a few more um, to really show that. I'm trying not to yarn under by accident, but yeah, it's hard to do so when you're going in one direction. Yeah, every time I go live, he starts like making banging noises and such. It's really annoying. I'm sorry about that. Like he's been harassing me about that. Like not even a week after he moved in, he said, "You should go live, for your business, blah blah blah." And that I was like, "No, I'm not really capable of doing that. I struggle with speech too much," which is still true. Sometimes I go live and I can't talk, as you might probably have gathered. But he was bugging me and telling me I'm just like lying to myself and that my autism isn't real and a bunch of stuff. Mm-mm. And now that I go live, he does everything in his power to make it difficult for me. So yeah. You're making a multicolored chubby bunny. Oh, that's cool. A big one? Oh no no no! It's not. Just a second ago, he was banging on things. You might not have heard that, or maybe you don't like remember, but it was pretty loud. And I guess if your sound isn't all the way up, that doesn't come through as much. But I can definitely hear it, and it um, bothers me, and it makes it hard to speak. So this is what it looks like. And I apologize. I know I come off as complaining, but I'm really, really not. It's really loud right now. So yeah. So this is what it looks like. Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. What I mean by that, it makes it hard for me to stream. I'm not trying to be mean to you right now. I'm just trying to explain that whenever I go live, he does like as much noise as he can, and to come off as really distracting. So that's what I mean. So please, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to explain right now. So please, I don't want to argue about this, okay? So what I'm using is Hirschner's Halloween Shimmer. This is just a regular yellow with a thread going through that sparkles. So this is just kind of a sun yellow, and it has this little strand that breaks, unfortunately, as you can see. So it's a bit annoying. But it's good yarn. It's just not really soft because Hirschner's, before they changed their yarns, they used to have very rough acrylic. And for their next one that they have this time around, the Halloween sparkles with all the colors and everything, they made it really soft. They made it really nice. and easy on the fingers, and like you could pet it and feel how nice it is. It's almost buttery, kinda. So it's just it's way better than it was. Um, but this one is just kind of rough acrylic. But since this is just a joining stitch, I don't really mind. It's not gonna be for the bulk of the blanket, so I don't really mind. I don't think I'm gonna use this on the border. It's probably just gonna be black with a little bit of color in there. I don't know yet. Might just buy some loops and threads of classics for that. But yeah, I just like this stitch because it goes back and forth. Okay, so the same as your white for your bunnies. Some real yarn. What do you mean? Is the yarn you're using not real? Does it come from another dimension? I'm joking right now. Yeah, this one is like just a little bit abrasive. You could make scrubbies with this, I feel like, and they would be good. Also, the fact that it has a sparkle thread running through it doesn't help with the softness. But I found that when a yarn is already soft, it doesn't really matter what you have in it, as long as the yarn itself is soft. It will not be too bad once you add the sparkle. But if you have really abrasive yarn, you're not helping by running a sparkly thread through that. That's like I don't know the specific material of this one. I don't have the breakdown in front of me right now. Maybe polyamide or something like that. Sometimes that's what it is. Some other times they just write other fibers on there, which is to me really weird. I kind of want to know what's in my yarn, but for some reason, sometimes they just write other fibers. So it's a mix of different fibers. I know on some of the yarn I use, it says metallic fibers or polyamide, lurex, spandex. No, not spandex. Spandex is a totally different thing. Don't listen to me. um, okay, I think I like this. Okay, and now I have to get into the corners again because um so I'm sorry, I'm gonna be a little bit inattentive for a second here because it's really hard to get in the back of these stitches. I want to make it pretty, so I don't want to go from the top like you do in chains, because I don't want this to be twisted. I want it to be straight. As twisted as I am myself and as unstraight as I am myself, I like my blankets to be so. See, like he's like tapping on the counter right now, randomly. That's that's just weird. I don't know why he does that. But yeah, there you go. So I'll just a moment. See, this is what it looks like once it's done. It's gonna look better than this one. It's all joined. together, but it just goes from side to side, and in the back it looks delicate like this. So it's just a very bulky stitch and it looks nice. Hi, welcome ABD. I hope you're doing good. Instead of cheap stuff from China or dollar store. Well, as long as it works for you, that's good. Oh, the milk cotton is soft and buttery. Yeah, what I mean by buttery is like the texture of it, like this one here. When you touch it, when you use it, it's like almost greasy. Not in the way that it leaves grease on your fingers. It doesn't do that. Don't worry. It's a really good yarn. But what I mean is like the texture of it is really flowy. Like it's almost like butter. It's greasy. It goes super smoothly when you work with it. So yeah, that's what I mean by buttery. You could spread it on toast almost. Well, it's solid yarn, but you know what I mean. So yeah, but this one is a little bit mean, abrasive. You could make, like I said, scrubbies, dishcloths, something like that. Even if it's acrylic, I feel like it will work. You gotta figure out how to better that pattern. Which pattern? Okay, so now I have this, and I'm thinking orange. Orange next. No, another black square. Yeah, I think I want another black square. Okay, this one here has like the black thing around it, and so it would go like this, and then I would join another square on the side of this. So that's how it would go. Oh, the chubby bunny. I like chubby bunnies. They're cute. And now I'm gonna fight with this again. Uh, I apologize for the minor inconvenience, the frustration of going in stitches with a very big hook. But also, this makes it easier for me to not go too tightly, because that's something I tend to do. Okay, I have to redo this again. I pull the loop on the back as much as I can, and then I go into that, and it kind of does the job I want. Okay, and right now it's not letting me go through. Okay, it's not working like I wanted it to work. Okay, so you would have this on this side, and then you would have. I want a purple square right now, and I want one of the specialty squares, I think. So this is gonna be the one I'm using next with the big eye. Okay, I get why this is doing that. I went in the wrong direction. That's what happens. So let me know what you're up to, people. Other than bunnies, do you have something good planned for dinner or something? I'd love to know. Uh, did you have a nice breakfast? I don't know. I'm just trying to find things to talk about right now. I'm not a big conversationalist. Not that it matters, but when you stream it, kind of does. See, and then it continues to the rest of the squares here. It's gonna form a line that will be two squares thick, and what happens after that is once you've finished with your many columns or rows or whatever you're doing, whatever direction you're going in, when you're done assembling those, you will go back in and do it the other direction to join them here, as you can see, and you follow the whole line, and then you go over the previous stitch, and it will kind of hide that because you're just working over it. And you could go with a contrasting color, or you could just pick up the same. Like I could go with yellow. I don't know yet. I'm thinking I will probably go back with the same exact yellow because I think it's a very nice and Halloweeny color, making a bit of a pop of color in this blanket. Because yeah, I have a few colors that I'm not using in the square, like that red here for the blood vessels in the eyeball. But I don't have anything in yellow yet, so yeah, the eye is awesome, right? Fandangling. I love that word. That's cool. You don't do breakfast often. Dinner is too far away yet. Right now it's 12 here. Which one are you talking about? The big one? Is that the one you're talking about? So I don't really usually. Oh yes, yes, the small one I showed at the beginning of the video. I did. I did join as I go on that one. If that's the one you're talking about, the small Halloween blanket I showed. On that one, I did join as I go, but it's the only time I use that technique because I don't like join as you go. So usually that's not what I do. I prefer to either blanket stitch or like I'm doing here, zigzag stitch, because join as you go leaves weird gaps in the center. Like you can lift the corners a little bit, and that annoys me. So I don't use that. And I'm dyspraxic, so I struggle with directions too much. So it's not really an enjoyable process for me. So I just prefer to, I just prefer to stitch it together, have a little bit of texture in there. And even if I'm joining with the same exact color or something, then usually I'll just go and um, stitch it with the same exact color I would have used for the last row. So if I'm using white on all the squares, then I will take a white piece of yarn and join them all together. For the next Christmas blanket I'm making for my parents, I might do a join as I go just because everything on the border of the squares will be white. I decided to not use any white in the blanket at all, but I will be keeping that for the last row of every square. They will all be bordered in white and then put together in that way, and then the border will alternate between white and each of the color going on or going in, I don't know. And I might do some smaller stitches like a single crochet, some picot stitch edging. I don't know yet. I don't have to make it super manly or you know sometimes the ego, because my stepmom lives there too, so it's not like I'm making it for a customer who's requesting a specific vibe or something. So I can kind of go more with my own vibe, which I appreciate that quite a bit. I'm not gonna make it super girly or anything because that's not my vibe either. It's not really what I enjoy, but yeah. Okay, I can't go through. This is annoying. This is like a corner or something where it was joined previously. Oh, just a second. Oh God. Okay. And now he just put his volume up, like way up. I'm sorry. I know I'm annoying that I keep talking about this, but it's just really hard for me to focus when there's ambient noise. My like I explained before, it's not that I'm trying to be fussy, but my brain doesn't do abstraction from um ambient noises, so all I hear right now is that. What's that you just spelled? I don't know that word. Oh, the join as you go. Yeah. Um it's simple if you watch the tutorial as you go, but also my brain struggles with putting the going around in the right direction. No, it wouldn't because I pull too hard when I do slip stitches, so I need to use a bigger hook. So that's why I said it at the beginning of the video. Maybe you weren't there yet. But I'm using a 5.5 right now because otherwise they're all gonna bunch up together and not look nice. So right now this is how it looks like. It's a little bulky, but this allows some nice stretch to the blanket. So that's why I'm doing that. Just a second. I'll go see what's up because this is Uh, I closed this door because he was like leaving the door cracked on purpose with his phone up. So I was like, sorry, I'm closing the door. Now I cannot hear his phone anymore. See, that's what he always does. So I apologize for the momentary frustration here. But yeah, my brain doesn't abstract from stimuli, it just takes everything in all at once. So it's a little bit of a struggle right now. Okay, so now this is what I have, and now I gotta figure out what goes here essentially. So I'm thinking some green will make its way in there, probably on this side because there isn't any green yet. So I'm thinking a green here, maybe a silver next. I don't know. Okay, which ones haven't I used yet? No. So this, this is cool. This here, this right here. Oh, oh, I know what I want to put here. Orange. I don't have orange here yet. So the orange and purple would look nice. Like this. Well, there's a hair. Um, yes, you did. Okay, so like this. I know you cannot see it well when I hold it, but because everything's falling apart right now. Sorry. Okay. Oh goodness. Uh, okay, so next. Okay, on this side, let me just put this on the right direction, in the right direction. Oh no, I have to go through in the right direction as well. Doesn't work if I go backwards. This happens a little bit when you have dyspraxia. Working backwards is my middle name. I'm not even kidding. I really struggle with not only directions when you walk or when you're in a car or something, but also like left, right, um, up, down, back, forth, back and forth. Like skinny puppy. They call their things that they put out that are not like studio albums. Back and forth. That's why I'm saying that they have a bunch of releases called Back and Forth Volume 1, 2, 3, etc. They have quite a few. They have quite a few back and forth. Skinny Puppy is good. That's all there is to it. Oh, it smells like some kind of herbs soup or whatever my roommate is making right now. And so I don't really know why he left his door open when he was in the bathroom. That's kind of disgusting, right? I'm not crazy, right? So I'm like, yeah, because I wouldn't want any of you hearing things inadvertently. So I apologize for that. I try to always mute myself when I'm in the bathroom. Uh, but yeah, I can't really do that right now because I'm talking. And I don't know what you're spelling here. No, oh, north, south, east, west. Oh, okay, I got it. It took me a second. I'm not good with acronyms either. I'm not good with acronyms because yeah, my brain is stupid. Oh, I made you play Skinny Puppy. For for roomies, yeah, but like I said, it doesn't really come through. Yeah, but if he like does things on the toilet, you're gonna hear that just because his door was wide open. So yeah, I closed it. I didn't even say a thing. I just went there and I closed the door like that. Rude for me to do that, but yeah. Yeah. But yeah, whenever I see an acronym, it takes me a second. I have to like use some brain power, in there to play with the hamster. Um, if you if that makes any sense, I have to get the hamster going. Like whenever someone says TGO, uh, TGWOTR, I'm like, what the heck does that spell? And then it takes me a second to understand it. But that's the greater wrong of the right. So if you ever hear me saying greater wrong, that's why I'm not naming it with its acronym like people do, because I don't understand acronyms. They are so annoying. What even are acronyms, right? They are so weird. And I'm just like, say the damn thing, please. I cannot understand. I'm not good with that. My brain gets confused. Sometimes it could be like 20 different things. Like, I don't know. But like, if you say NPD, that's that's a mental health disorder. But in Quebec, NPD is a political party. It's the NDP. But in French, it's NPD. So that gets confusing because every time someone talks about the mental condition, um, which is a cluster B personality disorder, every time someone talks about that, I'm just like, why the hell are you talking about, um, you know, the NDP? What have they done? Not much yet, but that's a little bit because of the population. Yeah, it does get confusing. I don't even know half the acronyms of the parties. This is the only one I know, and I don't. Uh, Most of the time, I struggle to remember what it stands for. I know it in French, but I couldn't tell you what it is in English. So it's like Neo Democrats or something, I think. That's what it is in French, anyway. I've not been. Yeah, yeah. Okay, New Democrats Party. Yeah, because in French we don't use new. We use neo because it basically means new, but it's shorter and is more like used in like titles and things like that. But yeah, in French that's what it is. Just, I don't even know if the same guy is still at the head of the party. I haven't checked out on political stuff in a while. Not Canadian political things anyway, because all you hear about right now is BS from the states. Because all the bad stuff going on right now is in the states. They've got so much BS going on at the moment. They are struggling. They're getting their rights stripped away from them as we speak. So yeah, and that is, make no mistake, it's gonna come to Canada sometime eventually. Uh, there's already people kind of looking at the same thing over here too, but we still have a little bit of time before that goes on. I'm not gonna talk about that too much right now. But yeah, I'm already starting to see some BS on social media about that. So yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So right now we have three rows or columns, which I don't know yet if it's gonna be rows or columns. And this is what it is, and I'm gonna have to use some black in the next squares. No specialty square. No specialty. Maybe that. No. Maybe that. No. Not that. And this is too colorful right now. Maybe the purple. No. No, Winter. You're doing things wrong. I don't want the solid color. Uh, okay, so right now, I think I lost a few squares somewhere. God's nowhere. Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. This one here. Oh yeah, no, it goes next to a very similar square, so I'm gonna avoid that one. Actually, I could use a specialty square. I'm far enough. Okay, so we're gonna do this. And I think this will be like the top of my blanket. Yeah, okay, so this will be the top here. I'm sorry, I'm just managing my brain right now. So I could use my little moon square. What do you think? Little moon, very cute. But it would go like here. Okay, so do I do waxing or waning crescent? Hmm, I don't know. Okay, I think I want it to be that way. So it would be like that. Yeah, okay, this fits nicely. Um, and then up here in the corner, yeah, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the next square I join in the top here. So it's because I don't have any gray yet on that side, and I have a ton down here. Okay, I'm thinking I'm gonna switch this actually to another specialty square, just because I don't have purple at the bottom here yet, and I want it. I want every row to have every color, just to balance it out. So this is good. What I'm gonna do. This is actually just tapestry square that I tested for someone, and I worked over everything, and to make sure it really looked neat, I went like very carefully um, under everything. I weaved everything in, and I had two skeins to go with either side so it didn't show through. But yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, I quite like this square. Um, and I just made the granny clusters around it because I wanted it to look even. So, well, to work with my blanket anyway. So yeah, I like to do that. I did the same with the eye. So normally you do a solid granny square there actually, but that's what I mean. I like to calculate how many how many sorry, just a moment. My brain is blanking, but I like to calculate how many stitches will go on each side, and then just put clusters around that. So I don't like solid granny squares. I always struggle making them. They always end up looking very off, um, and on every row it seems like they get too big when I make them. So I just prefer doing it that way. I like the look of classic granny squares with the clusters. It reminds me of my grandma. So I do that. Oh, come on, please. Okay, now it works. I'm getting annoyed at the squares. Sometimes happens. Evil. Mahaha. I'll show you what it looks like in a second. Um, actually, I just have to get into a few stitches here to make it stable. Or I think I will just join this side, and then after that show you. So, what's everyone's favorite blanket projects? Do you like granny blankets? Do you like other types of squares? Do you prefer mosaic blankets? Or do you prefer um, just regular rows in a specific stitch? So tell me, what are your favorite ways to work blankets and such, or shapes? Maybe you like star shaped blankets. I know I like star shaped stuff. um I've been working on the Peacock Delight blanket by Hubby, which is a mosaic star shaped thing. It has 9 branches and it is very pretty. It's an old lamp. Solid colors are boring. Yes, I have. But I don't, that's what I'm saying. I don't like doing that because every time I do solid granny squares, I mess them up. They end up with like, they end up too wide around the edges every round I do. Even if I always count my stitches, just as a disclaimer, I always count my stitches and I know I have the right amount, but every time I've tried to make solid granny squares, it ended up badly, and uh, regular granny squares. It's just my preference. So yeah, I just don't like doing that. So I'm not good at color pooling. For me, it just seems like a lot of control and a lot of fiddling and a lot of frogging and redoing stitches. And I'm not good with tension. I struggle. But they're really pretty though. And I like color pooling yarns. I think they're really cool. So I always, what do you mean? Chains or stitches? I'm not sure what you mean. I know I do them correctly, okay? I've looked at tutorials many times, and whatever I do, I've never been able to make it work. So, yeah, I just don't like doing them. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I just don't enjoy the process, really. I put two stitches in the corners. I always put two stitches in solid granny squares. But like I said, I count my stitches very carefully, and I'm not a beginner crocheter, so it's not a mistake on my part when it comes to stitches or anything. Maybe some tension problem somewhere, I don't know. Maybe my tension is too loose, and I even tried like pulling on every of my stitches and making sure they're really tight and neat. I tried everything I could. It doesn't work. It makes weavy edges, and I don't like that. So I just prefer doing it that way. So I enjoy solid granny. I enjoy regular granny squares, and like I said, they remind me of my grandmother. So when I do when I do classic granny squares like these, I never have a problem. So for me, it's just easier to do that. Um, See, they're quite flat, as much as they can be, of course, because the edges curl up a little bit. Especially since they've been piled up in a bag. These weren't lying straight somewhere. They were like just piling up in a bag and all mixed together. So they're a little bit affected by that process, you know. If they were just stored neatly, they would be neat and they would be flat, obviously. They're just in a Dollarama bag right now with a bunch of yarn. That's where I stored them. I'll show you the bag in just a moment here. Oh no. So yeah, anyone, if you struggle going into certain stitches, maybe if you pull them too tight or something, the tip is you go under the chain, the back bump of the chain with a needle or something, and you pull on that tight, and then after that you can pull your stitches through easily. You don't need to change your hook or anything. You could just pull it a little bit with a yarn needle and go through that way. I know it's annoying to just always pick that back up, but yeah. Like I said, I struggle with chains. My chains are a little bit too tight because my hands don't have even tension. It's a problem sometimes with dyspraxia and dysgraphia. Movements like these are a struggle. Well, for me at least, they are. So I know that a lot of you are super good at this, but for me, it's been a constant struggle. So yeah, that's kind of how I get around it personally. I have to have a few hacks. 5 sections, 2 argyle, 2 denim plaid. That's insane. You have a lot of patience that I don't have. I hate color pooling. I hate color control, color pooling, all that stuff. I like to just let it go free. Um, I'm too lazy. Oh yeah, Red Heart just came out with Granny Square yarn, which is just meant to make granny squares, but you can watch Tony's review on that actually. She did a thorough review and she didn't like it, and I have to admit, I'm not sold either. Um, I think it's quite gimmicky, and also the main problem is that it's advertised as beginner friendly, and the thing with beginners is they're not gonna wanna frog their granny square every time their tension is a little bit off, you know? Because it's pretty much like color pooling. You have to have the exact tension on every round you do. And I also don't like it because it's made to work with granny squares that have chains between each stitch, and I don't do chains. I like it to be not really spaced out. Like here, you can see I don't do chains. I just do cluster, 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 and then chains in the corner. I always put 2 chains. But yeah, so far this is gonna be the blanket. It's already twisting up on itself. Sorry. Uh, okay, maybe that way. I don't know what it's doing right now. Yeah, the eye is falling. Okay. But yeah, nice. Nice thing. Oh, the reflection on the eye is backwards. Oh, that's bad. But I don't think I will change it. I don't have the patience to undo all the work I did just then. Okay, so for anyone who's lurking, thank you so much for your thumbs up and for watching. I appreciate that. And I hope you're all doing well, that you're all working on fun stuff, something. So I just want to wish you a good day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, or you know, I just hope you enjoy your time in general, not just here. I'm not clear right now. I'm so sorry. I'm being silly. mm. So right now this is 4 squares. I apologize. I gotta scratch my nose a little bit. You were watching a join as you go tutorial. She removed the hook every single stitch. Why? Oh, is it to go back on the other side and like do the join? Yeah, that's the one I was watching. That's the tutorial I was using. And so I think I know which one you're talking about. I've seen that. That's the technique I've used. It's not good. It's annoying. It's so annoying. No, I do 3 chains when I do double crochets. Just because I have tight tensions on my chains but a loose tension on my stitches, I need to do the 3 stitches, otherwise they look too small. So yeah, I always do 3 stitches, and I don't start here when I do granny squares. I always start in the corner. So I do my 3 stitches here, I do 2, I go around, and when I go back up here, I will do this cluster, do 2 chains, and then go back in the first stitch. And that's how I do it personally. I always prefer it. It looks neater for me that way. But yeah, this is a tutorial by Hooked by Robbins, right? If I'm not mistaken, because I know she does it that way. And personally, I found it really annoying when I tried that. So I might see if there are easier join as you go tutorials, and we'll see. It was not something I personally vibed with. Okay, maybe I could go with that. Mm. See, like this neon orange and this one are different. I have a bunch of different shades of every color here in this blanket. It's not an exact science. I just went like I thought would look good. So this here and this solid green square, I want to use that green here. Look at that. This is let's see. I think this is like Obi Amigo XL. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. And it's soft, it's nice. It's cheap acrylic. So, yeah. You've never done that. You do a standing stitch. Standing stitches are confusing to me. I struggle with them. No. Not Obi-Wan. I'm gonna stay away from that from that from now on. I learned my lesson. I'm never talking about Obi ever again. Not Obi-Wan anyway, but Obi, the brand, the Danish company. It's not my fault I struggle with the words. They made me that way. And then after that, they broke the mold because I'm defective. Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. We are starting again. Sometimes I mispronounce words on purpose. Other times I'm just uh yeah, other times I just struggle naturally. So, Please come through. You can do it. Yeah, I have a bunch of hacks, like I said, that I use because of my mobility issues. And really, no one's dictating the rules when it comes to crochet. If you're disabled, you can kind of work around things, and I think it's not talked about enough. That a lot of people think they're experts and that they dictate. Don't use this technique or that technique. That's not proper crochet. But when you're disabled, you kind of have to work like with what works for you. So that's what I do. I just pull the back bump of my of the chains I have to work into. Okay, have I been doing it wrong the whole time? Yes. Yes, oh no, I've been doing it wrong. I'm gonna have to check something real quick. Okay, there's a few stitches in there that I did incorrectly. Oh well, I don't really care. Just as long as it looks like a zigzag on top. I'm not gonna stress out on this right now. A bunch of these are mystery yarns from like 10 years ago when I started making yarn stuff. When I learned finger crochet, I learned a few different techniques. Um, and I would make like rainbow colored scarves. And I bought a full skein of very bright neon orange, such as this here, which is really hurting my eyes. And oh, I got a new shirt, by the way. I'll show you real quick. But yeah, I bought a big skein of really, really bright orange that really I had no business using on itself. But now I have projects for it, Halloween things. But yeah, this is the new shirt I got. Someone sent it actually to me because when you bought merch at the Skinny Puppy table, when you bought for like $100, they gave you a free shirt, and so she got that as a freebie, and it's a 2XL. It doesn't fit her, so she sent that to me. So now I have a new puppy shirt and I'm happy about it. And it fits nice, loosely, comfortably. So yeah, that's how I get all my skinny puppy shirts. People give them to me. No, that's not the reason. That's not because of French. That's because of my speech struggles. When I speak to myself or I speak to a French speaker, my English is flawless, but well, it's better than it is now. But no, that's because of my speech struggles. I struggle even in French. I struggle with pronunciation and with words, remembering how to pronounce. But yeah, I learned English when I was a kid. I've been practicing since I was like 3 years old. So yeah. In French, H's are silent at the beginning of a word. So, a hospital is an hôpital in French. So our H's are silent. Um, but 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 yeah. Um, Even if I'm not a native speaker, I learned early enough to have good English. I'm just not good at speech patterns, um, words. I struggle to form sounds because of something gross I'm not gonna show you, but my tongue frenulum, the webbing under your tongue, that line here that ties your tongue to the rest of your mouth. Mine is too short, so because of it, I have a lisp, and there are sounds that I can't form properly, and a lot of them are S's, H's, things like that. I kind of learned a little bit around it. I learned how to do it a little bit better, so sometimes I manage, but the whole autism thing kind of goes over that, and remakes me struggle again, if that makes sense in a way. But even when I speak in French, like I will mispronounce every half word, almost like a stutter. I don't stutter, but I hesitate on words so much that it ends up doing the same thing. So I have this with words, pronunciation, everything. I will forget how a word is pronounced right in the middle of it, like um, half a second before I have to say the word. I will forget how it's pronounced, and yeah, a lot of people assume my English is not um, fluent because of it. But if you read anything I've written, like I could show you a few of the things I post on social media, but people who haven't heard me talk assume that I'm a native speaker because my English is really good. Like I said, it's just like the social anxiety, the autism, and my speech struggle kind of all stacked together to create this half-assed English, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I had very good English teachers. I had private lessons as a kid. My parents got me those so I would learn proper English as soon as possible. And so, of course, when you're a kid, you just learn the basics, and you learn to communicate as a tourist kind of thingy until you get more proper classes. But in college, I was in level 2 English because they judged that I struggled too much understanding. But that's because I have sensory processing disorder. So my brain struggle processing sounds it hears um, or things it sees. And so I'm a person who needs subtitles, and it's not because of my English. It's really because my brain doesn't process that. I know that it sounds like I'm making excuses right now. I get told that very often, actually, from people who don't necessarily understand what sensory processing is. But yeah, if I watch a movie or something, I have to have subtitles because I will miss words, I will miss cues, I will miss things here and there throughout. But it only started making sense to me when I realized I had the exact same problems in French, um, but I didn't advertise them as such because I was worried about sounding stupid and not, you know, I had a lot of insecurities around sounding stupid, being perceived as not very smart by other people, which is something that happened a lot throughout my life. When you just hear me talk like that, I sound a little bit um, not too quick on my feet, if that makes sense. So, but if you read some of the things I've written, most people who have never spoke to me think I'm very smart and very sharp until you hear me talk. Yeah, we have silent H. Yes, I am tongue tied a little bit, just a little bit. One of my exes was a dental hygienist, and um, he knew a lot about that stuff. And so the thing, if you open your mouth to its full amplitude, its full, like, you know, and you try to put your tongue at the top, a normal person would be able to do that, but I'm not, and that impairs your speech a little bit, and it makes you speak like that. It gives you a lisp, a little bit of a lisp, and so yeah, makes it hard to pronounce certain sounds. I know that you're trying to be nice, but I don't really like being dismissed about my speech struggles because I feel them. So I know that people don't think I actually struggle when I speak, but I do. It's very hard, and it feels to me like I'm like taking my first ride on a bike every time I talk. So yeah, it's not like I'm just a French speaker who struggles with English. I really, like, right now, everything is very clear in my mind and it doesn't come out. And every time I talk, it's very frustrating because um, I'm I'm hyperlexic in my mind, at least. Sometimes it comes through on text also when I'm not actively struggling, but when I'm not actively struggling, um but yeah, I'm a hyperlexic, but I'm not able to convey that when I speak. I speak very basic English, and it's not because I can't use proper words or anything. It's really just well, actually, the brain fog and the CPTSD don't help because that affects your short term memory, and it affects your speech. Because, for example, well, what happens is you all the skills you don't need immediately in a dangerous situation just kind of escape you, if you know what I mean. And speech is not a very important thing if you're escaping a lion or a tiger or something, you know. So because of that, speech is usually the first thing to go when you have CPTSD or any PTSD at all, really. um, the longer it took for that trauma to happen, the more impact it will have, obviously. And so my speech is quite affected by that. Um, so yeah, my short term memory is pretty much gone at that point. I don't have much. I couldn't even tell you what I did 5 seconds before the stream. So, do you ever hear a word, start thinking about how weird it is? Yes, yes, that is a neurodivergent trait, actually. Yeah, and when you do it, it sounds like you're speaking a foreign language, and that word is just like so weird, like mustard. Right now, if I say it, mustard sounds really weird. Mustard. That sounds odd. Mustard. Mustard. Yeah, mustard is a very weird word. But yeah, but that's a thing that happens with a lot of people who are neurodivergent. I heard. At least at least I heard that. But yeah. Hi, Granny D. Um, no, I'm not gonna speak French on live right now, unless we have some French speaker joining. Because I don't know what I would say. Yeah, we're joining squares right now. It's just kind of big thing here. They're joined just in one direction at the moment, so so it's not much. It's just kind of twisting on itself. Um, 'Cause, 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 No, I'm not saying you said that, but I'm just saying that when people say that I sound fine, it's a big struggle I have because I know I don't sound fine. I've heard myself talk, and I know that the way I come out when I speak is quite the opposite of what's in there. Like I said, when I talk with my mind, I have very clear speech in my head and very defined sentences, and I don't sound like that when I speak, and it's really frustrating to me because I would like to sound exactly like that. I would like to sound smart and to sound uh, proper when I speak, maybe. And so you know what I mean. So that's why it's frustrating me because um, I was talking to one of my friends at one time, and I'm not gonna say who it is. It's not someone you would know anyway. I don't think you would recognize that person. I don't think so anyway. But yeah, I was talking to one of my friends, and they were saying, "Oh, you don't struggle with speech. You're completely fine. You just have an accent. You just have a little bit of an accent." Because I'm from a different region in Quebec. I moved to Montreal, so that's what I mean by that. And I was just trying to explain desperately that yes, I struggle with speech and that it's a big thing. But yeah, often people tell me, "No, you're fine, you're fine." But yeah, no, I don't. Please don't say that. Um, my whole life, I've come across to people who have not heard me talk before, or that have only heard me talk, I should say, rather, as someone very uneducated because I often forget things I'm trying to explain, or as someone who lies a lot because when I see something and it doesn't end up being exact, then I struggle explaining that. And as someone who's not very quick, I basically come off as a word I'm not gonna say. People are often judgmental of me because of that, but I know I don't sound smart. But yeah, please don't say that. It's not that I don't accept compliments, but I know I genuinely don't sound smart, and I'm not saying that in a critical way, but I'm just saying that, yeah, basically, uh, you should hear the way I talk in my mind, and you'd understand what I mean by that. But when I talk, I just have this way of, you know, please, let's talk about something else. I really don't like being told that. Um, I know how I speak, and I know that I hesitate on every single word, and I forget words and things. So yeah. Let's change the subject. I'm not comfortable with this conversation. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm sorry. I know that I've been quite mean to you in the past few days. I'm really sorry. I'm just not very comfortable with this right now. So yeah, the blanket. Um, I'm sorry again. Um, I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to do. I don't remember. Okay, so right now I have 5 squares. I was thinking going 6, but then I kind of think it's gonna be too small, so I might do more. If you look at my thumbnail, okay, I have people spamming me right now. I'm trying to show you things on my phone, but people are sending me tons of messages. If you look on my phone, I have a 6 by 6 blanket, and it's just missing that one square at the bottom here. this is what I have on my thumbnail, just from another perspective. But yeah, these are all the squares I'm dealing with at the moment. So I would have a 6x6 blanket. I don't want that. I want it to be a little bit longer than wide. But 5 squares right now would be, I can measure it actually. No, 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 no. Please, no. That's not true. I accept compliments, but it's just that I know how I sound, and like, I know how I talk. So please, let's stop this. I'm not enjoying this right now. So this would be 34 inches. This would be 34 inches right now, and I feel like that's too small. When I have a blanket on me, often what will happen, I'm sure you can relate to this, but there will always be a chunk of me not under it. Like, it will spill to one side, and then if I move it a little bit, then I have the same problem on the other side. And so I want it to cover my whole person, and putting a border on this might not help that much. I don't want like a super thick border. I'm probably just gonna go a few times around. So yeah, I'm just gonna probably go a few times around and do that. So yeah, um, pretty much. I don't know. So I think I want it to be wide, 6 wide, and then longer. So yeah, I'm thinking that that's pretty much. Um, But yeah, I just want to say, I'm not saying that you don't think what you're saying. I know that you mean it as a compliment and you really mean it. What I'm saying is that objectively it isn't true. Um, because, like, when a person sounds smart, they speak with this very clear, specific language, which I don't. I have a very unprecise way of speaking. So that's what I mean. I just want to clarify that. So yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that anymore. But yeah, I wanna go maybe 6 wide and more with the length. So I'm gonna have to make like 1,000 more squares. Okay, we're gonna have to put the hoodie back on right now because my leg hurts. That's what happens when you sit on your leg for an extended period of time. I'm not gonna make the extra squares on camera. I'm probably gonna do that on my downtime. This is the yarn I'm dealing with right now. I have a bunch of yarns in this. I have some gray, some black, and it's all kind of mixed together. I have a bunch of scraps even. But yeah, it's gonna give me a more defined, clear look at what I'm doing once I'm done assembling this. It's so hot here. Oh my. With what I have right now, these are mostly scraps and like leftover skeins. So I need to buy more. Actually, I would be able to make like maybe 3 squares with what I have left in there. It's really just mostly a bunch of very small things like this. So like, yeah, if this one looks thick, but it's like all collapsed. So this would make like maybe 2 squares at max. Okay, yeah, I could make like maybe 5 squares, since I have different colors in there. But yeah, I do need to buy more orange. This is all I have left. I have another skein in my yarn shelf, but it's used for plushies. So yeah. Um, I need more of this purple. This is loops and threads. Um, the name escapes me right now. Oh, it's no, that's not the one. It's not that one. It's impeccable. This is the one. This is the yarn I'm using. So yeah. I have some Black Friday acrylic XL in there, which is mostly the black, because back when it was discounted years ago, like something like 3 years ago, I bought a bunch of it. I bought packages of black and red and gray, and in each of the different. I had two grays, I think, two grays, two black, two different reds. It had a dark red in there, but I don't have any anymore. But yeah, I bought so much of it. It's really good, cheap acrylic. It looks like this. That's what it is. It's regular black. And right now it's not showing on camera. I still have all the labels kind of messed up in there. So I could dig through there. This is the new neon um, soft classic. This used to be Craft Smart Yarn. They changed the the branding on those to be nested under loops and threads. I don't know if they have done that with the other Craft Smart things. I think they're keeping it for the paint. Yeah, these are 7 rounds squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 round. So they're. I'm gonna measure that real quick. They're about 6.5 inches long, something like that. Like some of them are slightly smaller and bigger, just because the tension on these is just a little bit different, and the yarn size. But that evens out when you join them as squares. So okay, drinking water right now. My brain is a little bit numb. My brain is going insane right now. Okay, so we need purple because right now the big eye is the only purple I have in I mean like in the last rows. So I'm gonna need more now. Not this one. Maybe this one. Not this one. Oh, oh God, this would be good. This maybe. Um, yeah, this that looks reasonable. And this would go here. Hmm, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Maybe. Hmm, more black then to go along with that. So I'm thinking this with this, and this would be the end of the row. And then I would be proceeding with the next stripe. Ow, 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 ow. Loops, a B. Hirschner's is quite expensive for Canadians. Their prices are a little bit intense, and with a B, the problem is customs. You will have to pay a lot of customs, especially if you have a bunch of cotton yarn. I've noticed because the custom prices for certain materials are higher. But yeah, like People think the price of the materials affects customs, but what affects more is the quantity you're importing. Import. I don't know what the proper word is for that. I'm sorry. But well, I forgot the proper word. But I looked into customs a while ago because obviously I'm a small business, so I looked into how it works. And basically, what I found out is that it goes a little bit higher when you like buy a ton of material and ship it to Canada. So yeah, Ubbi tends to be a little bit expensive when it comes to customs. And a lot of Canadian shoppers have been complaining about that. Like if you do $100 and plus order, you would you would pay quite a bit of customs. I don't shop at Ubbi anymore because I don't have money. Obviously, I used to when uh, when I did have money. So I've not shopped there in like a good 2 years or something. Around that time, um, okay. Urshner's is quite expensive for Canadian shoppers. It's in US dollars. Their prices in US dollars are really good, but in Canadian dollars, it's pretty much a normal yarn price that you'd pay in stores like at Michael's or something. So for me, it's not really worth it. It's not really a bargain. So unless I'm looking for specific colorways like some of their Halloween yarns, then I wouldn't use that. Okay. Now you're just fighting with the yarn. Okay, I got it now. Okay, okay, okay. I'm good. We're good. So yeah, but Obi has good prices. They have even if they have like super expensive customs, they make up for it with good uh, discounts. They always have big sales, like they'll have 50% off, things like that. And their prices are in US dollars as well. But like you could manage that quite well if you were looking for specifics. They have amazing options with cotton yarn. Anything for amigurumi, like they have a bunch of fingering weight cotton for that, and they have it also in sport and in DK, depending on what you need for your project, you know. And they have such a wide range of colors in the Obi Rainbow and the Obi Friends, both amazing ranges of color. Um, so yeah, Obi is worth it. But it also depends. Like if you're gonna spend like $200, like I would get like $30 of customs on that. So not for everyone, you know. It really makes a dent in your budget. But if you're gonna do a small order, you most likely won't have to pay customs. But shipping at Obi is free once you reach $100. So I used to do that when I had money. I would make one big order and then not order for a little while until I needed something, or there was a good discount or something, that's what I would do. Hmm. Yeah, eBay can be tricky. 17 rows on your granny dollhouse carpet, 3 by 4 inches, 7 by 10 centimeters. Yeah, Ice Yarns is worth it because they would have decent pricing if you count their shipping. Um, well, I don't know how their shipping to Canada is. I know that Crystal from Bago they talks about that quite a bit. But when you buy ice yarn, it's better to have a bulk order in and to buy in packages because then they're really cheaper. But you have a very high shipping cost. But what she was saying is basically that they compensate for their high shipping prices by having really really low price on the yarn, and the ice yarn is really good quality. I tried it, and also you would be able to find that on Etsy by sellers who are located in Canada and then not pay a bunch of weird extra fees on it. I have a few of the Rockstar. um, I think it's Rockstar. You know the one that's like Obi Diablo. It's quite shiny and metallic. A little bit. No, not Diablo. Metallico. I'm sorry. Diablo is the mohair. Metallico, the one that's kind of shiny on the outside. So yeah, it's kind of similar to that one, but they have nice marled colorways. They have a very very nice deep red, which I love. So yeah, but yeah, on Etsy you have a bunch of shops that sell ice yarn to different countries, and they ship to different places. Which you just have to shop around. But I found it quite nice. Like I don't remember, but I paid like maybe $20 for a bunch of skeins. I'll be right back. Ouch. And I'm gonna take this opportunity to wake up my leg a little bit. It needs to. Yeah. Okay, I'm sitting back down now. Ow. If you win the lottery, you'll order. But yeah, she changed her mind about ice yarns. She used to think it was not worth it, but she made the more recent videos, and since then she's been getting. Oh no, it's not Crystal I'm talking about. I'm talking about another YouTuber. I think I got confused there, but I know another YouTuber who likes ice yarns, and yeah. So no, I'm sorry, it's not Bago Day. It's another one. Etsy is great. The only struggle with Etsy is for the sellers. It's great for customers. If you know what you're looking to get, you have pretty good deals on there. But the only struggle is it charges a lot to sellers and to artists. Um, their platform fees are out of this world. They have percentages on everything. They charge you for the creation of shipping labels, and they charge you quite a bit on every transaction you do, and they charge you on top of the transaction fees because the transaction fees are a transaction in itself. So they charge you a fee for that. It's crazy. I could tell you, I have a list of that. I have a list of that on my phone of every different type of way you're charged through Etsy. So, just a second. My friend texted me. Okay, what was I checking? I don't know. Oh yeah, I was checking Etsy's fees, right? It's somewhere around here. Okay, so you get charged a processing fee on the total of the order, and then you have to add 0.25. So 25 cents is added to that. And that is on top of everything. So that's not the first thing you're charged. So you're charged with the usual tax, of course, of the specific uh, country the person is ordering from. In Canada, we have about 15% in tax in total. I mean, we have two different. Well, here we have two different taxes because we're charged for provincial and federal tax. So, and we have a bunch of different smaller fees that I'm not gonna go too much into. But you have a transaction fee for the order, for the taxes, and for the shipping label. So, and on top of that, the processing fee comes in 3% of processing fees plus 0.25. So that's 25 cents added on that. The transaction fees are always 6.5. And like I said, depending on where you live and where your shop is from, the tax will vary, obviously. And the charges put on that will vary. But yeah, the transaction fee is always 6.5%. So like on an order that cost me $100, not me, but my customer $100, I get about like a little bit under $80. And then after that, you have to calculate the transaction fee for the shipping. So a little bit under $80, around $80. I'm not exactly sure which amount. I'm not good at calculating. I just know from memory basically because I've sold a few shawls back in the day, I mean a few months ago when I maybe a year ago when I started my Etsy shop. Anyway, as always, not clear with speech. Hold on. Okay, and we're almost done. I don't know what he's doing, but he's cracking my chairs. And anyway, okay. um I'll be able to cut this yarn now, almost now. No. For the last few days, well, no, really, for the last few months, actually, I've been craving pizza. I've not had pizza in over a year, probably. And goodness, my stomach wants that. Oh, but pizza is expensive, so I just kind of want to order a big pepperoni cheese pizza, which I'm not gonna do. Because that would cost me like $30 before delivery and tipping. So, but I just want to order a big, big, big cheesy pepperoni and cheese pizza with bacon. Oh my, that would be so tasty. And I keep drooling over that idea. I have a pizzeria like right around the corner there. I don't eat there because it's expensive and the people who work there aren't so nice. Last time with my roommate, we had to call the police on them because they were fighting and not like arguing. I mean, like physically fighting. So, so yeah. I'm not gonna say too much details because it can be a little bit triggering for people to hear. But yeah, we had to call the police on them, and since then, I've come back once. It was fine. I tried to avoid that place for obvious reasons, but yeah. But their pizza is good. Their pizza was good. I always check whenever I go by, whenever I walk in front, to see if everything's all right. I always check inside quickly. Oh, it yeah. I'm not really a good cook. I don't really cook food because I have a lot of struggle with textures and things like that. So that's why I don't really make my own pizza. I could, I guess. But yeah, I have a lot of there's a lot of things I cannot handle, and I'm not really skilled at doing that either. Pretty bad cook actually. But yeah. So yeah, this is 6 squares wide now. We're gonna measure it. Okay, I think it's starting to be reasonable when it comes to the width. Uh, okay, I'm gonna measure it real quick. It was 33 inches, 34 inches. Okay, now it's about 38, 39, maybe even 40. 40 inches is good, I think. It's reasonable for me anyway. Not gonna make super giant blanket like I did for my customer because that was insane and I never want to do that again unless I'm paid a lot of money. I'm thinking that next time I get charged with making something this big, it's gonna be like $500, $600 or something because that was intense. 6 feet. No, that's big. 6 feet is big. No, you don't have to. You can make pita pizza actually. That's quite easy. I know how to do it. My stepmom showed me. Basically, you take a pita bread, the round breads, and you put everything on there. You put that in the oven and you bake it. You can do that easily. But I have such struggles with textures when I cook and everything and getting things on my hands and such that I don't really enjoy the process very much because of that. So that's why I don't make my own pizza. But I totally know how. My stepmom is good with cooking. She used to be a cook for a restaurant and she's really awesome with that. So yeah. Okay, so I would start with green and orange, and then purple, Purple and green. Purple and gray and black. No, no ketchup. It needs to have proper pizza sauce, obviously. Yeah, the problem with that is my tactile sensation is not optimal when I use gloves. And so I tend to cut myself and hurt myself and not handle things very well. So, yeah, gloves is not really an option I can use because of that reason. That right now I have gloves, but I have fingertips, which is good. But yeah, it's a struggle for me. But spreading sauce and cheese on pizza is a very tactile thing. Even if you use like a spoon or something, I always get stuff all over my fingers. I struggle with fine motor skills badly, even regular motor skills. Uh, I work very slowly for that reason. But yeah, whenever I handle knives, things like that, I always seem to hurt myself. And because I cannot hold a knife safely, it doesn't work for me because you have to like hold it in a specific way. My knife grip is not good. I often hold things very tightly and very close because of that. And obviously, when you hold a knife, you have to hold it in a safe way and away from yourself. But I think I tend to hold things close to me, to my body. I mean, because of that struggle I have, it makes it easier to maneuver. So for that reason, yeah, I need all the tactile sensation I can get. It took me quite a while to be able to handle a crochet hook without struggles. It took me a few months actually to get the technique down decently. Otherwise, I would just like switch back my grip every stitch I did. And I had to remove my hand and pull the stitches individually by hand and to fix things. And I would go into like, I would wrap it the wrong side and everything. It was really a struggle learning, but now I got it down pretty well. I've been crocheting every day for like almost 3 years. But yeah, learning was not easy. But I enjoy crochet. It's fun. My brain hurts. I'm not feeling good right now. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be negative all the time like that, but yeah. So other than that, today I have to go to the grocery store. Not really doing well monetarily right now. I've had a few donations and purchases which help, but as I said earlier in earlier streams, that will all go into bills and rent. So yeah, struggle right now. I put every link in the descriptions for my shops and everything. If anyone wants to check that out, I appreciate it. Even if you're not able to donate, Sometimes just having a visit on there helps move things along because it shows the algorithm or the alligator rhythm, whatever you want to call that. I like calling it the alligator rhythm because I think it's cute and funny. But yeah, even a click helps, even a share, something like that. That always helps. And of course, chatting always appreciated. I appreciate the time I spend with people on here. Right now, I'm just really focused. I'm not ignoring anyone, just saying. Interesting how we can have issues with fine motor control, specific fine things. Yeah, I'm able to do all those things, but I just don't do them as accurately as someone who's not dysgraphic and dyspraxic would do. So I like have to do motions slower, and I struggle handling small objects and such. I know it's not the case for everyone who is dysgraphic and dyspraxic. I know some people are able to learn and grasp things in a way that works for them and they're able to do it well. But I always have kind of this shaky, uh, weird grip to it, if that makes sense. And I've never been able to get rid of that. Yeah, for me, it's always kind of a struggle holding things, even if I'm a crocheter. Uh, yeah, and I'm not able to have even tension, and it's not a problem with how I hold the yarn. It's really that my brain doesn't gauge properly tension between each stitches. I'm not able to tell if I did it the same way from a stitch to another until I see the finished piece and I see where I went maybe a little bit too tight because it looks quite uneven or something, if that makes sense. But yeah, I know some people are able to do it and to change the way they grip things to be more accurate and like they're supposed to, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'm not. I have to kind of hold things and do things as I can, basically. So yeah, I really struggle with knives. For that reason, I don't do straight blades because straight blades are slippery, too smooth. I need a serrated edge. Is that a proper word? The one with the teeth, on the blade. I need that because that doesn't cut as fast. I need something that I can maneuver and work with. So I saw my vegetables, my bread and everything. Well, bread obviously you have to use a serrated blade for, but like um any vegetables you would cut with a smooth blade. I don't do that because I can't. It's too dangerous for me. I would hurt myself. So yeah, I'll be right back. I have to comb my hair. There's a knot. It hurts right now. What list are you talking about? Your son doesn't do handwriting. Yeah, we each have struggles we have. Yeah, I understand that. But I simply cannot do stitches properly. So At that point, even if it bugs me, I will let it be because I have no, my brain doesn't gauge while I'm doing it. I have to look back at it after, basically. So yeah, I just don't have that mental gauge. It just doesn't work in my mind. I don't know if that's making sense. It's not that I don't want to, it's not that I'm actively trying not to make it proper, if it makes sense. But yeah, my brain just doesn't evaluate that. So yeah, it's just a struggle. I don't know what color to put next to this because it's a giant orange square with a black border. Gray would make sense, but it's next to another gray square. Okay, it's gonna be gray and purple then. Gray and purple, and under that, we would have to go with orange. So this. No, not that. Um, maybe this. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this. Okay, this one. I'm not sure right now. Okay, so gray there. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm. Yeah. Okay. Struggly struggle. Winter is a struggle. Winter struggles with things as well. Okay, I apologize. For a second, I will be a little bit out of focus again as I start up this square. I'm gonna check the chat a little bit later after I'm done starting this. Yeah, I have hacks and things to help work around dyspraxia and dysgraphia sometimes, like I'm doing with stitches here. So using serrated blades, unsafe, well, safer knives for me anyway, but that for most of people it wouldn't be good to cut vegetables with a knife, a bread knife, but for me it's safer, it's easier to work with. But yeah, I know that a properly um sharpened smooth blade is better for most people who would use it. But for me, no. It's slippery. I lose control. I have a Japanese pole saw, and I love that thing. It is so easy to maneuver. I don't do regular saws because saws cut as you push them, and I have a very hard time with that motion forward because it goes away from me, and so I lose control of the motion. But pull saws, they're a Japanese thing actually. They're really brilliant. They're really good for dyspraxia and dysgraphia, I feel like, especially dyspraxia because it has to do with direction. But the cutting motion happens as you pull, and so you have control over it. You do this, and it saws through. Hi, welcome, Maritza. How are you doing today? We're talking about direction and dyspraxia and um, motor skills and such. So because obviously it's quite involved in crochet. I know that I pronounce it crochet instead of crochet, but I don't like saying crochet. I know I talk weird sometimes. Okay, we'll read the chat. The shopping list. Do you need precise ingredients or something? Because I know you told me to make a list of things I can't eat, but then I became overwhelmed and I was like, I don't know what to write on there because I don't like anything. I have a pretty good list of things I can handle, but it's the list of things I cannot that is a struggle for me right now. So yeah, I have everything written down that I can have. It's the rest that I'm struggling with right now. So it's progressing. It's progressing. It's gonna happen soon. Okay, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I have that part pretty much down. I have maybe to add a few things. Yeah, no, if I miss a stitch, I will go back. But what I mean is, my tension is never even from a stitch to another. But if I miss a stitch, I always instantly go back. I will frog that too. You can't use game controllers. Oh, I'm bad at video games. I'm really bad. That's why I only play single player because I suck. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good to know because when like it's something most of the people in my life have asked me for a list of things I don't eat and I'm just like where do I start? Like everything in the world except like three things. Well, I'm exaggerating. Obviously, I eat a little bit more than three things, but yeah, it's always a struggle for me because like I don't eat eggs, but sometimes I eat things that are made of eggs, but not all of them. I'm just gonna go into food a little bit as a topic right now. But like, is anyone else like me? Like, I don't do eggs. I don't do like cooked eggs. I don't do omelets. I don't do French toast. I don't do anything dipped in eggs. I don't do pancakes because that's too thick and too eggy for me. But I do crepes. Crepes are good. I know I pronounce it crepes. I know that's. I know how to pronounce it in French. It's crêpe in French. But because they are thin, so I can handle the egginess. It's not so bad, and I can like dip it in something sweet and good, and yeah, and I will handle that. But then yeah, and I can have cake, no problem, because there's not really an eggy texture or taste to it, and I'm fine with that. But yeah, no eggs. So yeah, isn't it odd? It's just a little something interesting. I really like the yellow. I think I made a good choice for joining these. I don't want to flatter myself too much, but I'm happy with that choice. I just wanted it to look a little different and to stand out. So yeah, today I'm gonna do a short grocery run. So right now it's Thursday, and that means they had their new discounts and everything. So I'm gonna go check that. I usually go a few times a week because the place I go has discounted products that are about to go bad, and that's mostly what I buy. So sometimes they have such good discounts, like they'll have things for like $1 or $2, $3, and they'll have cheese for like $3. And cheese is so expensive nowadays, so I will take that opportunity. Which is the actual pronunciation? Yeah. Custard is good. That depends what you mean by custard. But yeah, no. Oh no, not that. No, that I don't do. I thought that was another thing. But no, I don't do that. My palate is itchy, which means I'm having allergies right now. Oh. Okay, and now I need a purple square. Or no, no, black. Okay. Doing black and then purple. Yeah, okay. Black and then purple. Black and green maybe? No, I've done green. Okay. Solid black here. We'll go up here against that. And oh wait. Wait till you see this. This is a treat. This square. This will go up here. This is pentagram. Pentagram square. And it's my own pattern. I will put that in the chat. Just give me a second to go through my shop, get the link. But it's quite easy to work. You just work a very long chain and then you stitch it in specific spots, and then you do the round thingy around that. Then after that you will go in back in with another color and add your clusters. There you go. Body is done. Ears. Oh. Adjustment on your pattern. That is good to hear. Here. Anyway, hey, we've been having quite a bit of purple here. I'm thinking maybe I need some green in there. Oh yeah, no, green is gonna go next. I'm fine so far. Okay, good. Just gonna. I'm getting. People are talking to me. I'm getting tons of messages. It's always like that as you stream. That's when people choose that. That's when people realize that they need to talk to you, is when you're busy. I don't know if anyone can relate, but like whenever you sit down, you're about to relax or something, or you're able to stream, you're about to stream, or anything like that. Then five people message you. and I have a very big. I have a lot of difficulty not answering. I struggle with not necessarily boundaries, but like I think I have talked about that before. But when you're autistic, the I call that the resolution center of the brain. Um, Basically, like a resolution center for an app or an account or something, but it gets like ding, 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 ding. You know, it starts to ring a little bit and it makes you go, please answer it, make the notification go away, make the page all smooth and nice again with no +1 at the corner. So whenever I have a message, I answer it because of that. It's not because I'm annoying and I just spend all my time on my phone or something. It's just that whenever I see a notification, my brain instantly has to take care of that. So I don't know if anyone could relate to that. I know it's a little bit unusual, but yeah, my brain is always just like, please, let's resolve this matter. Someone needs something weird. Like the default status of it is no messages, no notifications, no red dots, no sound, and then something comes along and disturbs the peace. So I don't know if I'm just weird or if anyone else can relate to that. So that's why anyone who's talked to me knows that if I'm around, usually I would have answered in within a few minutes. Usually I say if I'm asleep, obviously, or if I'm away and I don't have internet, I will not answer. But yeah, I'm usually pretty quick. I really love this purple. I need to buy more of that at some point. Not now, but because I don't have any need for it outside of this project. The goal with this project was pretty much to have no two same squares. So even if I use the same colors on some squares, my goal is that none of them have the exact same position, just mix and match. Always used to have pentagrams around. That's cool. For your Harley. Yeah, no, it's not you. It's another one of my friends who was talking to me. My friend earlier was talking to me about Ogre, and we were being sad about the fact that we weren't gonna get hugs from him anymore. She got one previously years ago, but right now, obviously, they're not gonna do hands-on meet and greets, no face-to-face. Like, they do their meet and greets from the stage with the barricades. So, as to make sure Ogre doesn't get sick, because that guy is always sick. He picks up any bug around, and he's always ill or injured whenever he tours. So we were just like being, we're never gonna get any hugs. I've not had the chance, but everyone I've ever met who's met Ogre tells me he gives the best hugs ever. So that's kind of a sensitive topic for me because I'm usually not really a huggy person. I don't really do hugs. They make me a little bit uncomfortable and they overwhelm me. But since everyone keeps telling me how great Ogre's hugs are, and he's such an awesome human being, and like he's faced a lot of difficult stuff, and there's always this little thing that makes me want to give him a big hug, whether it's because he said something really smart I relate to, or because he's been through some difficult things. I always want to hug him. So yeah, I always have that feeling about him, but most people I don't hug, even close friends I struggle. There's a few close people in my life I don't mind hugging so much. But yeah, I'm just not a hugging person in general. I don't know. Let me know if any of you are like that. But yeah, hugging winter is a struggle. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're gonna have a difficult time. Probably gonna retreat and rub all over myself to remove the sensation. And when I do that, it's not to be impolite, it's just that otherwise I keep feeling it. So I have to like take the feeling off by like wiping myself. It's not a germ thing, it's really a sensory thing. Just I'm hypersensitive with everything. Touch is a very strong one, intense one, anyway. If that makes any sense. Okay, drinky drinky. Better safe than sorry. I think if he knew you were there, he'd be good with you. What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand. You used to be, now you're a hugger. Wow, that's good. Yeah, I used to be a hugger, but I was forcing myself a little bit, and now I just know that personally I don't enjoy hugs. So I try to stay away from them. I'm thinking orange now. Mm, orange gray. Yeah, orange gray for the no, the top square. Yeah, the top square. And now green. Green. Okay. Green and black. Or no, I think I need to make the pile of black go down. So this yeah, this will be good. Yes, yes, ogre. I know, but I don't understand what you mean by you. He would be good. He'd be good with what? That's the part I don't get. Um, I know we're talking about ogre right now. Uh, okay. I'm not sure I understand. Meeting me, we've met twice already, so I'm not sure I get what you're saying here. I'm confused. Maybe it will help if you say the full sentence again with, yeah, because I'm struggling putting everything together now. And I'm not sure I'm making sense of it. Okay, right now I'm just being angry at my squares. My squares are mean. My squares are not squaring. How many how many more times do you think I can say the word square? They're quite yeah. I don't know what I was saying again. I'm enjoying the process not only because it's a good album. Yeah, I always make that joke. The process, for those who don't know, is a Skinny Puppy album, so that's why I'm saying that. But I mean the process of putting this together. It's a smooth project right now. The second up close. Oh no no no. I didn't mean no. He wouldn't do that. He doesn't do it for anyone actually. And it's not because he wouldn't feel comfortable around me as a person, but Ogre has a very sensitive immune system and he catches bugs very easily. And he gets sick from drinking water from different places and everything. So that's why he's being careful. Both time he toured the last year, he got sick both times. So that's the reason why he doesn't get close to fans anymore. And he also said at the beginning of the tour that he thinks from now on any VIP meet and greets he's not gonna do face to face anymore. He doesn't want to do that just to make sure he gets through the whole thing. So yeah, he doesn't want to meet fans up close anymore, and which I totally understand. It's a very reasonable boundary, especially since his health is sensitive and he's getting older, and I want to totally respect that. I'm just saying it's sad not to be able to hug him because of all the reasons I stated previously, but also I don't want to hug him because I don't want to make him sick, obviously. But yeah, at his age and everything, I don't know his health situation, but I don't want to compromise his immune system. So yeah, no, just no fans are allowed in the immediate area anymore. That's why he does that. And with Skinny Puppy, it was a thing because Kevin didn't want to get too close to people either. Kevin, he, I mean, Kevin has had cancer, and so obviously his immune system is fragile, and he has to take care of himself. So yeah, everyone was being really careful, and they all still got kind of sick. I know Justin was sick. He talked about that in a post. So I can't thank the other guys as well. I know Ogre was sick because in a comment he said so. So yeah, it's just a matter of protection for everyone. It's not like he doesn't feel comfortable around certain people or anything like that. He's just being careful. Unless he's meeting with like a friend or something, someone he knows personally, that's different, you know. I'm not a personal friend of Ogre. I'm just a fan, and as much as you know, it's just a precaution. He's a good guy. He's not like being like, ew, a fan, I don't want to touch a fan. That's not what it is. Ogre is a very hands on person, he's very affectionate. So I'm sure that's making him sad too that he cannot hug his fans. But yeah, yeah, of course. But he gave me two uh, virtual hugs when he was replying to my comments, which is cool. So I have ogre virtual hugs, not the real thing though, which is kind of sad. Aw, but I'll live. I like I said, even I am uncomfortable with hugs sometimes, and I gotta protect my own immune system. I get sick so easily nowadays. Um. Okay, now I need purple here. Purple, 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 purple and green, purple and random colors. Uh, what do I have? Okay, okay, this is gonna be the next square. Look at that. I like that with the green. Okay. Yeah, he respects his fans. He's like that with everyone. He's like that with all of us. He is extremely thankful for the opportunity he gets with his work, his music. He's just a very thankful and kind guy in general. And I gotta admire that. Yeah, it is better than nothing for sure. And I appreciated him doing that. Oh, I'm hungry. Okay, I could go with another black square. Hmm. Oh no, I could. I need to put a specialty square. Did I do? Okay, no, I did the specialty square here, and I wanted to put that one at the end. I'm just planning ahead in my brain right now. I'm sorry. And that could go with gray. Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna go with gray next. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm gonna mute myself and I'll see you in a minute or so. Be right back. That's fine. Thank you for joining. I'm gonna be live for a little while longer. I'm just gonna put the end of the stripe together, and then join that to the rest, just because the blanket is just gonna swirl on itself. So I'm gonna be live for a little while during that time, and after that I'm gonna do my own errands. So we have a little bit longer before I head out. I'm probably gonna be away when leather comes back, but yeah, my head my head hurts right now. Whoa, okay. I don't know why I'm always going through the wrong side of these stitches every time I start a new square. I don't know. Um, but yeah, winter is hungry. I still have rice right now, but I don't have ingredients, so I need to shop. I need to get something to eat. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing. Thank you. The process of doing this should be smoother once I join already made stripes, just because then you just have to go through each stitch really. That is easier. I'm gonna have to get used to streaming while my roommate is at home, because he doesn't work anymore right now. He's doing a program like like not school, but like we call that an online formation here. But right now he's doing that, so he's gonna be home pretty much all the time from now on. So I'm not gonna have too many opportunities to stream by myself. So yeah. So I apologize for the incoming inconvenience that will cause. I know I'm not as focused as I would be. Not that I'm focused anyway, because I'm very neurodivergent and life is a struggle. I know it's a struggle for all of us. I kind of feel like I'm talking to myself a lot of the time on stream, and I don't know how to improve that. I tried to think what could be interesting to ask about and to talk about, like asking you what you're drinking, things like that. And a lot of the time, it seems to me that I miss the mark. Um, so I apologize about that. Maybe if you have some ideas, let me know. Like I know that I'm quite boring to listen to. I don't have any fun stuff to talk about. But yeah, I like streaming uh, because uh, then I'm not all alone by myself. I have people to chat to. But sometimes autistic people, we come across as if we just love the sound of our own voice, and we talk people's ear off uh, for a very long time without any consideration to their presence, if it makes sense in a way. But I promise that's not what we're doing when we're info dumping or just saying things that don't really have any relevance. It's just that, yeah, we're trying to connect. Sometimes we do it in a way that's not really the best. Yeah, I'm aware that I come off as rude and as not too easy to talk to in I mean a lot of the times, but yeah, it's something I've been made aware of my whole life. So uh, believe me, I know, and I'm trying to work on that. It's just difficult when you don't have the proper gauge already built in. Like, I don't have a very good moral sense of what's okay to say and what's not. I have to build myself a strict set of rules and follow those, because sometimes those guidelines don't make sense in my head. They're not a given for me. They're not like innate, you know. They're not innate. They're more learned. Uh, like most people learn social norms as kids and just go on from there, but I didn't really learn that. From it's not a fault of people in my life not teaching them to me. Obviously, it's not that. It's just my brain. It's just my brain. The filter is broken, guys. The filter is turned off. I don't know how to turn it back on. So yeah, I set up a bunch of very strict rules about social interactions. I follow them, and when I derive from that, I'm very harsh on myself because I know I said something I shouldn't have, and sometimes that's misguided because social interactions are not smooth and are not always like one size fits all. So sometimes you have little small details that are different for certain people. There are things you can say around some people and not some others, but I struggle to seize that properly and to deal with that. So because of that reason, yeah, because of that reason, um, I'm harsh with myself with my set of rules, because if I don't follow those rules at all, I end up offending everybody, hurting the people I love, being mean to people, like I often am in this stream. I'm often rude and harsh, which I apologize for. I'm working on that. I'm really trying to be a bit better person, and I know that's no excuse, of course. I just, yeah, I just want to be as transparent as I can with my condition. I have a kind of dead skin here, and it's annoying me. That's what I'm trying to get rid of. As I'm working, I can see it with the corner of my eye. So, yeah, drinking water. Okay, so right now I'm at the end, and I wanted to use a specialty square for this. Okay, there's not a lot of orange in this stripe, so the last one will be orange. So yeah, maybe gray for the. I'm thinking maybe the moon. Hmm, the moon square. No. Hmm. Spider web maybe. That would be cool. Yeah. Okay. The spider web, quite nice right here. I showed this earlier. This is only stitched. This is embroidery. I just like went over each hole, went back in, and it's uneven because I wanted to make it spider webby. So this side is kind of straighter. Here we have going in some directions, different directions to make it, just interesting, I guess. Oh, my head. is very itchy. I have seborrheic dermatitis. Uh, it's a condition that makes your scalp really itchy because you have some, I think it's fungus or something in your hair, but that not in your hair, on your scalp, on your skin, but that occurs naturally in everyone. But we get like an excess of it or something. I'm not quite sure the exact thing about that condition. I couldn't explain it very well, at least. But yeah, I have that. So I get a bunch of dead skin all around my face because of it. Well, it's not really a dead skin, it's a combination of that fungus thingy, which is really gross. I apologize for that. But yeah, we get a combination of that on our skin with dead skin cells and things, and it makes it not a good time. Not a good time. Okay, and I'm thinking the solid orange square as last. Yeah. Okay, the solid orange. Great. We have almost uh we almost have the full row completed. Just this last square here. After that, we are going to join the top. Winter struggles with speech. Winter struggles with handling small objects. I'm sorry, I sing random silly songs sometimes. Oh, and here I am gonna struggle some more getting into stitches because of that embroidered gray piece of yarn here. It's getting in the way a little bit. It's kind of tight. It's kind of choking the hook. I don't want to break my hook. Luckily, this is a thick um, hook, so it's not that big a deal. So yeah, la la. Okay, got a bunch of melodies stuck inside my head right now. Sometimes you will see me switch accents because of echolalia, basically. And a lot of times I don't do it on purpose, but I just catch so many accents of things I hear during the day, during the week, long ago sometimes. And my brain, for some reason, wants to say certain words in that accent way, phrasing, and it comes through even if I'm not actively trying to do that. Yeah, I'm having very strong pizza craving right now. I'm not gonna do that because pizza is expensive. Unless, like I said, I'm not a really good cook, but I could motivate myself to make homemade pizza with some round bread. Sometimes I use tortillas. You know what tortilla is, right? That flat, round uh, thingy for making wraps and such, burritos, and things like that. My stepmom would make pizzas with that, or with pita bread, depending on what she had laying around. But yeah, she taught me how to make pizza with this without having to do dough, because dough is tricky to get right, and I don't want to make that. I'm too lazy to make pizza dough. Pizza dough is good though. I made those squares so long ago that they have different hair colors stuck on them. I used to have red hair when I did this, I think. When I started it, I had bright red hair. I had orange hair right before that. And before orange, I had bright yellow. I had neon yellow hair. Favorite color is red, so that's the one I kept the longest. I had it for like a year before I decided to go black again. And before I started re-dyeing my hair different colors, it was full black. I bleached it for like a few years. It took a while to go from black to that platinum color. But yeah, before that it was black, and then I went to red again for like a year or two. Tried a bunch of colors and decided to go back to black. Right now, if I were to bleach it, it wouldn't be that big a deal because it's mostly regrow at the moment, so I wouldn't hurt my hair too much. I would just cut basically most of the black I have left because if you look, my black starts about here, so it's almost half my hair. So I could, yeah. Not that I have money to dye my hair again anyway, but if I wanted to, I could. If I if I had the means to, I could. Not only if I wanted to, I mean, you know what I mean. But yeah. Hmm. I'm starting to get tired. This is a little bit exhausting. Ugh. Struggling with the stitches where I am because that's where I joined the last round. I apologize. I know that I don't need to comment on everything I do. I struggle right now to evaluate which parts are relevant to say or not. Okay, and I need one last stitch. I talk to myself a lot of the time when I'm in public, even. So it's kind of a struggle. A lot of the thing I say, even on stream, actually talking to myself, not even to the camera or anything. It's really just force of habit, I guess. A lot of neurodivergent folks do that, talk to themselves. It helps processing what you have in your mind, which is interesting. But yeah, I'm a verbal processor. Some people are visual processors. Some people are silent processors. They need to think over things. I need to verbalize them. I need to get them out. And that is why I talk about a lot of things that are rather personal and that most people wouldn't really want to tell anyone. But yeah, I'm a person who processes things very verbally, and it helps me go through them, get through the emotion, kind of, yeah, make peace with it. So that is why it's not because I'm complaining and I like to complain or anything. It's just the way I process things. So it's helpful to me even if no one is replying because I'm having feedback, um, sensory feedback, or just it doesn't need to be another person replying, although this can help as well process things. But yeah, feedback, big thing for an autistic brain, I feel like. But some people, at least, maybe not everyone. I know that whenever you say, oh, I'm autistic, I struggle with X thing, you have like 20 autistic people who are like, well, I'm autistic too, you're lying, this isn't a problem. Yeah, we're all different. Just saying, just as a disclaimer, not every autistic person is gonna be a verbal processor. I am. Makes me it makes it so I'm able to deal better with my emotions. Sometimes I just need to say it out loud to tell someone. So yeah, things kind of become more concrete. That's something that happens when you're autistic. Is sometimes things seem abstract and seem kind of, yeah. So when you verbalize them, makes it concrete, um makes it more concrete. I don't know what to say other than that. Really, I'm just repeating the same words. So this is what I have left now. So this would be enough for two more rows, but I'm gonna make more, and this is gonna be longer, maybe like 6 by 9, because I really want it to be long enough to cover me. Not only me, but cover the feet that will be spilling out of the blanket, because you know the struggle, right? You're lying down, you're comfortable, your toe just uh gets out a little bit like this, and now you're not comfortable anymore. I know, I know, I know that sucks. That's the worst, right? That's the worst thing you can think of is your toe getting out, escaping from the blanket. It's like hell on earth. I'm not exaggerating, it's really bad. F that, right? I'm not the only one, right? So right now I'm just joining what I did at the top here, and it will make it more stable. Where's my hook? Okay. Don't lose the hook, people. That's important part of crocheting. You need that to work. I'm being a little bit silly, delirious maybe. Oh my, I love these colors. There's just a bunch of neon here. I'm gonna show my friend Morvin actually. She requested to see. She said that she's excited to see the progress on this. So I'm gonna send her a little. So where is she? Okay, she's here. Right now, we are talking about scammers in the test group conversation I'm in. Someone tried to scam me. You know that scam when they're like, "Oh, can I buy this from you?" And then you send them a link to your store, and they're like, "Oh, Etsy is blocked on my phone. Please send this directly to me. I want to purchase for you." And that's how they get you. Basically, they steal your information and everything. So yeah, I was just telling people in the group conversation that someone just tried to scam me out of the test scarf. So yeah, that's what's going on right now. We don't like scammers here. We are mean to scammers because scammers are mean and they hurt businesses and people in general. Come on, go through. Okay. Ha. It's going through now. Ha. Oh. Ah, I'm sorry. I might yawn a little bit. I woke up at 6 a.m. Right now it is 2:43 in Montreal. And I'm a little bit uh, um in a weird state of mind. But yeah, this is the second Halloween blanket ever in my big tradition of blankets, and it's about time I started putting it together, right? So after that, I have another one that I'm basically making with scraps, and I wanted to maybe try a mosaic Halloween blanket. I know there are some really good ones out there. I want to vary it a little bit just because it's been only granny squares so far. Three of them will be granny squares. I have to start the fourth one actually for next year. For this year, but at the end of the year, I decided to start it a little bit in advance because yeah, I have three I've not worked on. So and when I learned to crochet a few years ago, it was basically September, something like that. So that is why I have only two or so years of of crochet, not of blankets, but I have four blankets total to make. I was at the very beginning of my journey when I learned to do that. Maybe I'll show you in real life my not in real life on camera obviously, but maybe I'll show you my first blanket fully instead of just the photo I shared earlier. Cause yeah, I it's really nice and I'm proud of myself being the first granny square blanket I made. I was quite proud. And I quite like the color choice too. It's got a very deep orange and a very bright purple. Not bright purple, but a very grapey purple, which leather calls gurple for grape purple. Um, and then it has Kelly green. Kelly green is one of my favorite greens because It has kind of that vintage vibe to it. My grandma used to use that in her stuff a lot. So yeah, Kelly green. Uh, it used to be my favorite color as a child. I had Prismacolor color pencils, and I would use that specific shade of green, which is really close to Kelly green, maybe just a little bit brighter, and I would color everything with it. I wanted my whole life to be this exact color of green. Maybe I'll try to find that again, but I sold my color pencils actually. I don't really use them. I kept only the Crayola markers, which I will do coloring streams soon actually. I wanted to do that soon because I love coloring, you guys. It it's like yoga for my mind a little bit. A very meditative experience. A very meditative experience. Nice calm vibes. It always makes my anxiety better and works for sensory things as well. Oh boy, where am I? I'm a little bit lost. That's what I said. What that's what I meant when I said that this twists on itself. That you have like two thingies here joining together, but then it twists at the middle of these where they join. Yeah, I think I'm good now. Okay, let's cross our fingers that this works out. Okay, I'm not bothering with the right way to get into stitches anymore. It's gonna get through them because otherwise I'm just gonna swear this whole time on camera even. So yeah, I swear like a sailor. I've talked about this plenty during my streams, but normally I swear like a sailor. I'm trying not to do that on camera for YouTube reasons. But I use a lot of f bombs. I'm a little bit vulgar. I use a lot of French Canadian swears, which I don't think would really be that bad on YouTube. I don't know if they have a filter for those ones. But I'm gonna talk about them a little while. Since Quebec has a lot of shaming and things about around Catholic religion. Oh, I'm so bad at pronouncing that. That's because I'm not a Catholic at all. I was raised Catholic, but I don't practice and I don't believe. I'm pagan, actually. I'll talk more about this another time. But yeah, we have a lot of shame in our past, and so because of that, a lot of our swear words are church words. So like, you know what a callus is? You know that the thing that carries liquids. I don't even know how to pronounce this in English, but I know how it's pronounced in French because it's a swear word here in Quebec. But yeah, that is a swear word. Um, Christ is a swear word. It's used in English as well. Kind of Christ, this is annoying, that type of thing. But in French, it's a very vulgar swear word, and you better not use the name of the Lord in vain because people will be pissed. I mean, religious people will be pissed, obviously, because most people swear. But yeah, it's a part of our culture. I will not make a French Canadian swearing class. I could, but yeah. There's a guy who does that. He's really good. French Canadian guy. He reviews videos. He reacts to videos of other people, mostly French people, trying to pronounce Quebecois, and it's very hilarious. Right now, I'm not remembering the name of the guy, but I like his videos. He posts them mostly on Facebook, I think, or on TikTok. I think, no, he's from TikTok, right? Pretty sure he's from TikTok, but I see them on Facebook because I mostly watch short videos and reels. I don't have TikTok. I don't use it. I don't like it. So yeah, right now we are through almost through the second square, joining this. Um, we're joining between row 2 and 3 right now. We've done the join between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So yeah, we're just doing the in between. And we have been streaming for 3.5 hours. So the people around me might be annoyed right now because they keep hearing me talk, which is okay, I guess. Sometimes my roommate, when he calls his family, he will talk for a very long time because they live far away, so they have a lot to talk about. They don't call very often, so yeah, they will usually talk for a few hours. So I'm fine. I'm itchy nose. I hope I have enough of this yellow to join the whole blanket. I think it should be okay because this is discontinued, so I'm kind of worried about that a little bit. Do you guys know what Canadian raising is? I'll talk about that quickly for a second. It's part of the Canadian accent. Not every Canadian does this. In Montreal, we don't really, because we have more of a French accent to it. See how I'm not struggling now that no one is listening to me, but yeah, interesting. But yeah, anyway, so we have kind of a French accent to it, but other provinces, a lot of them do this Canadian raising. It's when you take words that have the out sound and you pronounce it a little bit differently without the u. It's like a lot of them say a boat instead of about. So this is Canadian raising. It's very particular one to our uh, country. I don't think other places do this. I quite like that actually. I think it's very sexy. Not gonna lie, it's a part of the Canadian accent that I love. Ogre does this quite a bit. Obviously, more because now he lives in the US and he has a. His accent got a little bit more American, but he never quite got rid of the Canadian accent behind it, which I love. I absolutely love his accent. Like it wasn't clear before. Oh yeah, Winter loves skinny puppies. Surprise! Right. I know, I know. It's quite obvious. Hmm. Tell me something we don't know, Winter. You're obsessed with skinny puppy. You only talk about that during your lives, Winter. We know. Well, you're gonna hear me talk about it a bunch more. So sorry, not sorry. Skinny puppy is my purpose in life. Even if they retired, Winter will love Skinny Puppy for the rest of their life. That is kind of just how it goes. Skinny puppy is awesome. Oh, and we are working on the third square right now through the this row. So we are progressing quite a bit. After that, I'll be able to just join squares, 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 a row at a time without hitting myself too much. Hmm. I will just crochet in silence for a little while. I don't know really what to talk about right now, so I don't think I'll be live very much longer. I might finish in the middle of the row here. My roommate is starting to be agitated again. He's like throwing things around and such. So I don't know that that will be on very long. He's starting to show signs of irritation, and that's never good when it happens. So I can just know when I hear certain things or certain ways, someone is starting to get angry. So yeah, that's kind of how I know. Like, he's getting a little bit frustrated with me, and that's how he signals it by like throwing stuff or being indelicate with objects, if that makes sense. Well, a lot of the time he is in general, but he does it more like he accentuates it when he's starting to get frustrated. So I'm not gonna be on for very much longer. Um, yeah, probably gonna go to the store really soon. Starting to be a little bit lightheaded because I haven't eaten yet. Eaten yet. Um, the only thing I have left right now is plain rice and nothing else. So that's why I'm going to the store to get more stuff that maybe I could add to the rice and not having it be really boring. I'm thinking maybe just the corner store, maybe not the grocery store because that's quite far away. That would be like a 10-minute walk or so. So right now I'm contemplating my options. Maybe just get a candy bar and then I'm able to pursue my ambitions of getting actual food because I'm not gonna get actual food at the convenience store, or it would be quite expensive, obviously. They got rid of my favorite sandwiches, which is good because they were expensive. not really worth it. But I would get once in a while one of these sandwiches. They were like $6 or $7. It's quite expensive. I wouldn't get them very often, like maybe one or twice a month, because they had a bunch of cheese and the meats in there, really tasty. I would just put them in the microwave and melt them, heat them up, melt the cheese, I mean, and so that was quite good. But they got rid of that. They don't sell them anymore. They just got rid of the full um uh thing, the fridge. They got rid of the fridge, the full fridge, and now it's just a bunch of piled up boxes there. So I don't know what they will put there instead, but I can't wait to see. But no more of these delicious sandwiches. Just better for um my wallet, my bank account, but sad for my heart. My friend has a mouse, and this is such a cute mouse. I'm not gonna show you because I don't have her authorization to show her pictures, but yeah, she's like all black with a beige underbelly, well, beige belly patch, you know. She's really cute. We're halfway through joining these here. Okay, I think here I'm good. Okay. Um, but yeah. Right now, my roommate is preparing to go out as I'm finishing this live stream up. That's always what happens. Yeah. As soon as I try to do something in life in general, not just with him, but as soon as I try to do something, things happen that make it hard for me. And then once I'm about to finish, then everything goes back to how it was just before I started. My timing is critically bad. I have legendary bad timing. Mm. Okay, okay, go. Now I have skinny puppy songs stuck in my brain. But this is a long standing whip. I've had this lying around ages. wanted to finish it last year, obviously, as I already said, but this is making me feel like I'm grasping back a little bit more control over the web situation, and that maybe I can clear some of the space up a little bit because it is bad right now. I don't really have a couch anymore. I have like a cushion and a half free on my couch. I have four cushions. This is a very large couch. But yeah, projects, whips stacked up, everything. Trying to make a dent. You have problems with organization? Let me know. I'm not the only one who struggles, right? Yeah, anyway. And I will be able to snuggle with this and a good book. That's nice. The other one is in my bed. My first full Halloween blanket. It's in my bed. The other one that I just started when I first started crocheting and that I never finished is just continuous granny square. Like I'm just building up one granny square and making it super huge, but I don't like it anymore. Might frog it. I don't know, but because it has a chain between each clusters, and that annoys me to no end. I don't like doing this. Makes the spaces so annoying for me. So yeah, I don't do it anymore, but I wish I could work on it and not have it be like that, but it's gonna be uneven if I do that. So yeah, the rounds are gonna be too tight. It would be the equivalent of uh decreasing every stitch, one stitch every cluster, and I can't really do that, for obvious reasons. The way granny squares work is that you add your increases are clusters in your corners. So yeah, I might frog that one. It has like big neon colors. It's purple, coral neon, yellow neon, and black. Hi, welcome these garden adventures. You're gonna listen while you plant pepper seeds. That is cool. Thank you for coming in. Happy to have you here. Right now, I'm more towards the end of the stream. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be streaming. Um, because I'm almost at the end of this join here, and I'm not gonna do the full blanket today. Obviously, it would be a lot. But thank you nonetheless. I'm also kind of running out of subjects, but pepper seeds sound nice. I wish I had space for a garden. I want to plant carrots. I like having carrots. Garden carrots are so good. And I would plant many more things. Radish, I do like radish quite a bit. Ooh. Okay, right now, excuse me. I need to flatten this out and see where I'm at because some squares are twisting up. So I just want to make sure they are where they're supposed to be. Okay. Just want everything to know to be to know no not know to be in the right order. Yeah, okay. This row critically needs more green. I'm gonna show you once I'm done. Community gardens. Not that I know of. I need to look into this. Maybe, but yeah. But I wish I could have my own. I'm not a very social person, but gardening is very soothing and nice and fun. I would do it with my parents when I was a kid. My parents have a very big terrain around their house where they can plant stuff. They have a lot of land, and they have a little bit of a garden area. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But yeah, so we would plant a bunch of stuff, and we have strawberries and things growing around the house. Raspberries are my favorite. One of my favorite, actually. Actually, no, cherry is my favorite. Raspberries are one of my favorites. Wild strawberries, not planted ones. They grow naturally around that area every year about June, I think. Yeah. And blueberries. We have a lot of blueberries where I grew up because we have a lot of fires around that place. And what happens when it burns down? Well, the next year or so, bunch of blueberries pop up. As sad as wildfires are, that is the bright side of it, which is, of course, I'm not glorifying that in the slightest. Just think that blueberries popping up everywhere is quite neat. Blueberries, yum. They're so yummy. You're not social either. That's good to know. Blackberries are so good. I love blackberries. They're tasty. Where I lived as a kid, close to my mom's house, in the park, we had little sour apples. You know what I'm talking about, right? The tiny little apples that are like really sour. We had that. That was so good. We were not supposed to eat them, but we would still do it. We wouldn't mind pesticides so much, which is not that good for health considering, but also we were just like, we want those so much, and we would steal them. They were community um, property. They were just like at the park, like they weren't owned by anyone specific, so just little sour apples. I don't know what they're called. I know the French name, but yeah. I'm just zigzagging right now. I'm doing the zigzag slip stitch between the granny squares in bright yellow with a kind of a sparkly thread going through it, like that. So I'm gonna show you in a second. I just need to join that part. They might have grown from a seed. That is cool. So yeah, I miss wild blueberries and wild strawberries and raspberries. I miss that stuff. We don't really have that where I live. I live in the city, so not that I don't like living in the city. It has advantages since I'm disabled. It's easier for me to get to things. Horse apples? I'm not sure. I'd have to check. Yeah, no. Those were really tasty though. They were really good. I'm almost done joining this part right now. Only need one more square thing. Okay. This. Whoa. Don't escape. Stay here. Hook. Stay here. Okay. Now the last one. And this is the challenging one to get into because this is the spider web square here. And it has a bunch of embroidered stitches there. So around the edges it kind of gets really tight. Because of that, it affects the crocheting process a little bit. So yeah. So I'm probably gonna get angry at my blanket. One of my favorite uh, veggie thing is bell peppers. I especially like yellow or orange ones. They're quite tasty and nice and not too soft. The red one's a little bit too soft for me. So yeah, I like to have them when they're yellow or orange. The orange are a little bit tastier, and I also like the green. Quite tasteless and watery, but as an autistic person, this works for me. So yeah. And I feel like using this stitch here secures my spider web design a little bit more because it's just like surfaced um, embroidered on there. It's just like a thread going through. It's like a bunch of stitches going in every direction and then a thread going through there. I will show you what I mean once I'm done and I cut it. But yeah. We're almost at the end. I'm happy about all I've accomplished today. And this is good, right? Even if what you do is quite small, every little bit count. And if one day you're able to do just a little bit of work, that is worth it. So right now, that is what we're doing, little bit at a time, taking it easy. I know that sounds so wholesome. Mm, okay. Almost. Creatively. Mm, mm. Okay. Then here, two more stitches. Two more. Yeah. My roommate is like beating down on God's know what, a blanket or something, I don't know. But he's beating down on it. And I'm really just like over here. Keep I keep looking over there. Go go in here, this last little stitch. And we are done. Alright. Um it's gonna cut that, put the hook back actually, and show you what I meant. So this square here, the bits that come from the center and in every direction are just what I do is I just went through each hole and went back in the like a back stitch a little bit. This is a little bit of a back stitch, so I went in, back out, back out, back out. Like you can see it well here. And then I took this thread and I just went um, just through, just weaved it around the the gray embroidered stitches, not even going in the square or anything, and it created that loose spider web effect that I quite like. Yeah, and I could play with it a little bit to make it better. But yeah, I like it. This is my own idea. I didn't use any pattern for it, just a regular granny square and embroidered spider web. Read the chat now. You're gonna try to grow all the colors. That's cool. Yeah, they can be difficult. Yeah, little bits at a time. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, just weaving in. the ends here. And then after that, I will be showing the result. Just have another one. Oh, oh, okay. Ah, I'm sighing right now because I am relieved to have accomplished all this. I'm just gonna try to hold it the right way around. Right now the squares are gonna flap all around, but I'm just gonna try to hold it as well as I can and show you. Okay, I'm making everything fall right now. I apologize. I just stepped in my trash can. In my trash can. That's what just happened. Oh, okay. So this is the joining here in the between the squares. You can see. I will have to go back and join the other way once I'm done assembling every row. I have to make more squares. I want to make it longer. Right now it's 4 by 4, but I have enough squares to do 6 by 6 basically. But I want to do more like 6 by 9 or something. So this is what it looks like. I'm using yellow. Yeah, yeah. Specialty squares in here to make it interesting. I'm gonna take a picture of this for the grams, Instagram basically, because you always need to be putting out new content. Just sometimes a bit hard because you don't always have the mental space to be doing that. But the grams, Instagram requires constant things. So yeah. Right now I'm just spreading the blanket uh, to take a picture later, so just so I don't forget. Oh. And it's yeah. So I have 6 by 4 joined right now. Sometimes we need more hands. Oh, that would be good if we could have a bunch more, right? And that would crochet faster. I would get through so many more orders if I had an extra set of hands or something. If only, can only dream, right? Yeah, it's hard sometimes to make content. I don't always know what to put out. I made a reel showing my piles of squares randomly, just like filming the stacks. I just aligned them. I sorted them by color, put them on my desk here, and I made a reel with that, and I posted it to YouTube as well. To be like extra content, yes. So yeah. And now I have short videos. I have 5 views. Yeah, I may know what content to make. I just don't always want to. Yeah, sometimes I'm just like, meh, do I really want to film right now? Can I just like do nothing instead? It's easier. So yeah. Um, am I getting likes on my reel? I don't seem to be getting many interactions with my Instagram reels. Okay, it's good. That one is going. I have a few likes right now, and we are at 4 hours streaming. hmm Let's crack the fingers. My friend is asking how big I want to make this. Bye bye. My roommate just left now. So yeah, that's what I was. That's who I was talking to just now. Yeah, things take longer for sure. So yeah, and with my little Halloween tradition, the other blanket, the third one, actually, this is the bunch of squares that I was making for that. This one is gonna be quite big as well. These are 10 rows each, and so it's just a bunch of random squares that I make with scraps or with like leftovers. This is just a bunch of random thing. I just needed a tiny bit more purple, so I just grabbed the green and did this at the corner. So just it's just silly, really. And I love this one. This one is beautiful. Hi, Don. Welcome. I've been talking for 4 hours straight. We just assembled a bunch of squares right now, and they're on my floor at the moment. I'm waiting to take a picture of all that. So I don't know how much longer I'll be on. Leather was here earlier. She's at the post office right now. I don't know if she'll come back, but yeah. So right now I'm about to go out myself very soon. Not just yet because I have to get ready. But yeah, I need to buy food because all I have right now is plain white rice and I have nothing else to put in that, and that it's being a little bit boring and bland right now. So I kind of just want to get some food. Might just go to the convenience store that is over there because it's a little bit closer to where I live. So just getting like maybe a few things. I will see. You like mosaic? Mm. Thank you, Don. Yeah, I'll take a picture of the spread out squares right now for content and I'll show you. Actually, no, this is the wrong side. I'll I'll take it from this side. Okay, now. No. It needs to be flat. Flat. Okay, I think this will do. And yeah, okay. So far this is it. This will be the top here. So actually I could like um rotate this. Okay. Yeah, this makes more sense. This right now. This is what the blanket is like. Whoa, focus, focus. It's too bright. The bright spots you see are gray. So it's a struggle to get a camera to see another screen because it like gives light off to each other. You watch the replay. Thank you. You don't need to. There was a lot of arguing back and forth. So it's not really worth it to watch that. But I appreciate Don. Yes. Yes. Focus. My camera has ADHD too. It refuses to focus properly. Or it focuses on all the wrong things. Rather. I don't like focus. I just like focus in the right areas. So this is what I have left right now of the joining yarn. I don't think I'll be using it for the border though, just because I don't think I have enough, and this is discontinued. So yeah, probably enough to join the squares, just not to work anything with it. So and now that I've taken that picture, we will put everything back in the project bag. I will show you my project bag just a second. This is a dollar store reusable bag. This is from Dollarama. This is what I was talking the other day about, Don. This is our Dollar Tree, our Wish version of Dollar Tree. It has cheaper products at higher prices. It has none of the good yarns Dollar Tree has, unfortunately. But yeah, we have a few yarns, just not in a wide variety of colors, and not the best quality either. We have maybe a few acrylic skeins, small ones like this, and they have a hell of a halo, and it kind of breaks down. The fibers break down, so don't want to be using that. So yeah. Oh, I'm tired. So yeah, probably just gonna go to the store. I'll get ready now. I can still talk to you as I do that. Get that sent. This is Diane's package. I haven't gotten around to dropping it off, but where I'm going right now, there's a mailbox, so I can do that now. So yeah, I'll be doing that now. I need socks. Socks. A good pair of socks. Is it good enough outside for me to be wearing my boots? Yeah, okay. My boots are really flat under them, so I don't want to slip and hurt myself. This is what I mean. It's really smooth. There's no pattern to it, so whenever it's icy, I tend to struggle a little bit. Yeah. These are pointy. These are winkle pickers. Goth boots. Did you ever wear something like that, Don, in your goth days? Pointy boots. They were quite popular around the 80s and some of the 90s as well. But I've always loved those. I wish we had more mailboxes. Me too. Yeah, that would be amazing. They took most of them out. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, they were outside the post office. Yeah, right now that's pretty much it. They're pretty much all just outside the box, the post offices. I have one next to my convenience store because they have DHL there, so they have a Canada Post mailbox because they have DHL inside. Make it make sense. That doesn't make sense, but at least I can send small things there. You've seen them. You were never goth. You like pointy shoes. Early days, the pike shoes. Yeah, the goth pikes. These aren't like the original thing. These are Killstar boots, but I like the pointy look. But yeah, there are goth pikes, what people now call winkle pickers. But yeah, now they have so many of them. They have red ones, they have purple ones, they have ones with all kind of crazy buckles. I don't have any buckles on mine. Mine are just lace up because I have wide feet and I have thick ankles, so I can't really get away with wearing proper winkle pickers, proper goth pikes, as they call them. So yeah, I don't wear that. I need the laces. I need to lace them up because I need to make space for my huge ankles, basically. And these are all one size bigger than my actual size because of my wide feet. Usually, these shoes are kind of made for narrower feet, and so yeah, my toes would be stuck in the point there, and it would be so annoying. Don, I'll show you my new shirt in just a second here. I hope you like it. It's a Skinny Puppy shirt. Someone sent it to me. I explained earlier, it's part of their merch that they were giving away when people spent $100 or more at the merch booth during the shows, and someone sent it to me because it's not their size. So this is the shirt here, and it says Skinny Puppy in red, and the back has the tour dates. But right now I'm wearing the hoodie on top, so you can't see that. But yeah, I like this. Quite nice. Scary. There's a yellow kind of weird thing going on here. So yeah. You couldn't wear pointy shoes now. Your feet would be unhappy. Yeah, that's why mine are larger. My toes don't actually reach the pointy part. My toes are all in the normal part of the shoe, so that's why I got one size bigger, and they're quite comfortable too. In the mid 90s was all about Dr. Martens. Yeah, I have Dr. Martens, but I can't wear them because they are flat and I have arch feet. I have big arch. Like this part here, it's quite high. So when I wear them, my feet rubs against the top stitch. You know where the toe cap is, where it joins the rest of the boot. Well, that would rub against my feet and it will hurt. So I'm selling my Doc Martens because of that. I've not managed to sell them yet. People always ask me to lower the price, but I'm just like, yo, I've worn these like 7 times tops. They are in excellent condition, so I'm not discounting them further. Like I'm ready to sell them at $90 or $80, and that's the lowest I can get. I'm talking Canadian dollars, obviously. Yeah, no, they don't. Thank you, Don. I love that shirt. You went to many concerts. They went to many concerts and were made much better. But yeah, Dr. Martens now are still quite good quality. They're a little bit lower than they were. They last just a little bit less, from what I know, at least. Because I looked into them for quite a while. All right, everyone, I'm ready to go out now. I'm getting quite hungry. So, thank you, everyone, for joining. And just a reminder, all my links are in the description. So, my fundraiser for my bills and my Etsy shop, all my social media. I have a Discord server as well. So, everything you can find the info down below. And if you have a question or something, you can leave that in the comments. So, yeah. Thanks, everyone. I hope you all have an amazing day. And thank you for entertaining me for 4 and more hours. I appreciate that very much. So, bye, everyone.